by fire, that's for sure. But it's not like these players aren't used to being on the main stage. I mean, we've seen these guys there or thereabouts, whether it's qualifying bracket being level. I remember very famously on-ball taking down some of the European sides, going through that Goliath run as well. So it's not going to be a pushover here. Optic Gaming certainly going to have to be aware that Kraken are going to come in very hot from the open bracket, and they'll be hoping to try and pull off what would be a miraculous upset. But yeah, it's going to be an exciting one if Kraken can get some early flags.
You will say that as far as underdogs go, this dog does have a bite, and it can be vicious. Get players to take over. Spectre and Omni, the Super CC at 4, very talented player. Set, so these 4 players are going to have to keep mind their P's and Q's. They find themselves 4 dead here now. Now they're just causing carnage inside of the base. So 1 flag cap lead already from the game. This is not the start.
But maybe the start they expected. You know, you're going against the best team in the world right now. They are going to... They're not going to let up. Optic aren't a squad that are just going to be like, oh, well, you know, it's a team from open bracket, you just take it easy. And no, Optic Gaming will want to get this done fast and we're going to be quick. You know what they're capable of. That's when the Cade gets the overshield. Ab has the sniper rifle and he's bottom middle, causing a problem as Encore also can't take him down. Eventually someone does clean things up. Optic looking to try and do this one fast, I'm sure.
Almost got a double kill, and now the sniper rifle to play with as well. Down by and good, so sniper rifle down bottom middle. With it. Super CC deals with that problem for now. And it's Kraken who can venture out. They can take control of the map. They can be the ones to threaten to get a flag grab here.
And I say this often with a team that isn't as well practiced, but a team that comes through from open bracket, they always have the element of surprise. They will be a bit more sporadic, they'll be a bit more all over the place. They won't necessarily be playing the default way of playing Halo Infinite, and that might catch Optic off guard every now and then. They'll probably be like, why on earth is this player here who's just killed me in the back? And then suddenly that allows their teammates to push up, and it can create for a slightly elongated game as well. It just creates that opening where maybe Optic weren't expecting it. But you'd imagine the further we get into this game, the more people that Optic eventually do get, the more simple it becomes.
As far as map mode combinations go, you look at Capture Flag and Fortress, it is one that is the team that's most dominant 9 times out of 10 will win the game, and the worst map mode heading into this series. Legend though, French Free not starting this day hot. I brought him a couple of Snickers
for Legend. Is he a fan of the chocolate bar? There are others available.
That's what he has for breakfast. They asked him what his keys to victory are. What do you have for breakfast in the morning? A Snickers was the answer.
Is it a Snickers alongside something else, as the second flag is going to go in here?
I'm not sure he specified, but he's having flags for breakfast now.
He just said, yeah, I like a Snickers for breakfast. That's crazy. But also, you know, nutritious in certain areas.
It has peanuts.
It does have peanuts in there.
So it has some of the things.
Protein. Yeah. And a little chocolate's not going to kill you.
A lot of chocolate.
Well, we can try. How many Snickers can Legend eat in the morning before it becomes to hospital? 2-0 then for Optic, and Kraken have now responded, got 3 dead, but the sniper rifles have been a real problem for Kraken. Formal was having a fun time with it. And now it is Kraken's chance to show what they can do. As I said, actually, Renegade says, no, denied! No sniper for you.
It looked very comfortable for him sitting top middle, and I don't know where the shield's going to be. When he gets put off the map, that's more combat, he's down onto the spikes. Kraken not really able to have not really able to threaten the flag capture here. It's just the firepower that are on the wall. Very difficult to match their pace.
How long until we get entrance music for the teams? This is something I've been wondering, pushing for a long time.
Okay. Like the team pick their own entrance music.
Exactly, this is within the right amount, so there's no...
You need life. Like if they want.
I think as long as it's not over a certain amount, I believe you can say like whatever. I'm no lawyer, but we can always, you know,
You might get the broadcast.
if I start singing for long enough.
How long do you?
I'm not willing to risk it.
We'll have to figure that one out.
You sing for 1
Sing
second too
snippets
long
of
and suddenly
songs.
you get a letter through the post. So you are not allowed back in this country.
Down scoops with the overshield. 2 down, 3 down actually is Kraken. Trouble here, Super CC, last line of defense. Up. Land, just get a kill onto Renegade though, but the pressure Renegade was able to apply means Bound can push his flag a little further forward, just out of the lines of sight. When he connects, Kraken is there though, just back to the player down. Super CC is a big number now. Home against 1. That's the game over. And the result went the way we expected. Optic Gaming take the lead.
The Green Wall start out strong here on Saturday, as expected, and I do worry for Kraken as we move forward because, you know, game types, they don't really get much better for Kraken. It is a pretty good series layout for Optic Gaming, as are most. I mean, statistically, they look good, but we'll go for a break. We'll be back for the next one.
dominant from the green wall, 3-0 the final score. It's now on Kraken to try and bounce back, because we always say the lower seed team has a chance to save. Gotta put it in now.
I'd say Baum doesn't usually miss. He did miss, but it didn't matter because
Well, you
he's
didn't
Baum.
say it. You didn't say
No,
it.
exactly. I shouldn't have actually said that I was going to say it, because then
Well, you didn't say it though.
right, but I shouldn't have even mentioned it.
But
I
you
was
didn't
gonna
say that you tried.
but then I shouldn't have mentioned it.
Right.
Yeah, because then it just makes me look stupid.
Right.
Well, do you know what makes me look more stupid is when you keep saying, yeah, you didn't say it.
You didn't say it.
Right. So you made me more stupid. 6-4 anyway, but right, this is the game that Kraken, in theory, have most chance of taking.
I don't like when you say in.
Well, I mean, you're going up against Optic Gaming, who statistically have been very good at Slayers. If you look at any of the series where they've won in those best of sevens against Shopify Rebellion, the Slayers have been the ones that have favoured them and trended their way.
I'm not really interested in facts. I'm more. This is a feeling.
Okay, I feel like Optic Gaming are comfortable on Slayers.
Okay.
It's a gut
So
feeling.
facts and feelings are
Yeah.
both against Kraken here.
They are.
He got a little bit too aggressive. Pushed a little bit too far forward.
You always have that opportunity. Again, you know, Kraken are going to be a little bit more all over the place, a little bit more disorganized, which can catch Optic Gaming off guard. But at the same time, it's not going to be crazy disorganization. It's not like Kraken. It's not like this is their first rodeo. They know how to play the game. They played enough ranked. They played enough of these tournaments. But at the same time, Optic are always going to have more cohesion. They're always going to be better with the teamwork. With a 5-kill lead right now, I'm going to go out on a whim, and I think this is going to finish 50-37.
Right.
We'll check back in with that one.
An exact prediction as well. That's bold and it's brave. Renegade's got camouflage though, but unfortunately for him, his teammates have all died around him. CC takes a little bit of damage. Renegade's happy to stay cloaked. Just garner information for his team. There's only one Evan, but got the better of it, got back down. He heads into PD. The information is already passed on. You can see that's exactly what Renegade's finding in his player. Locates him, eliminates him. Back tower now, point of contention. Super CC trying to stay alive desperately. It can be very difficult. You have Optic Gaming all running at you, Dan, all 4 guns ablazing, and the pressure that they apply, it's easy to get broken by it.
This could be the perfect first match for Kraken if you think about it. You look at the rest of the pool, and for Kraken's chances of getting through, I think you want to face Optic first, get nice and warmed up, take a batter if it's going to happen, whatever. If you get a map, it's better for your confidence, but the expectation is not to be Optic Gaming. The expectation is trying to beat the other 2 teams to see whether you can get into winners bracket in the best case. Yeah, elimination bracket would also be a pretty good case too.
Yeah, you think about teams that are most vulnerable. Definitely looking at that team that's sitting third right now. This team, they firmly have their sights set on. Very impressive open bracket run yesterday. Renegade then up through middle. Looney settles for a trade. There's a 10-kill advantage. It's a very long road back here.
Yeah, so the 2 teams that they're going to be playing up against is Envy and Unreal Nightmare is the other squad. So it's 8th and 9th seed overall. So when you come into a group, I mean 8th and 9th seed isn't the worst because you have a good chance against both teams in the area. Some of these open teams are coming into a group where of course they'll be playing against like 4th, 5th and 30th or whatever, something like that. So you're unlikely to beat 4 and 5 and a chance of beating that lower seeded team. Actually, Kraken have got a good shot at potentially beating both 8th and 9th in theory.
Yeah.
When you just look at seed face value. I don't think it will be that simple, if I'm completely honest, but they do have maybe the best opportunity to get actually into the winners bracket out of any of these teams.
Well, I suppose the 12th, 11th, teams, they're the seed. You throw in a couple of European teams or a one Nemesis. C10, of course, there as well. So they're kind of teams that you expect to break. Not Nemesis, of course, but maybe C10, whose form was a little bit lacking yesterday.
Z10 and Omit, they're the lowest seeded teams within the play. Yeah, right, that's 11th and 12th seed. So Mind Freak will be playing C10, and you've got the last time team AXL, they'll be playing against Omit. So those are the two teams who have a real good chance at elimination bracket. And I think Kraken here, with it being 8th versus 9th seed that they will get to play, they do have that opportunity of maybe breaking winners bracket. All the meanwhile, by the way, while we've been blabbering on, it's 47 to 32 now, and this game is pretty much done. What did I say it was going to be? 50 to 37?
That was your
Alright, Kraken, come on, lock in. We need 5 more.
formal and legend. Up the driveway. Suspector. He's in trouble in PD. Super CC is there to help. Unfortunately, it's not even required. 50-34 the final score. A very good go then.
Not far off.
No, that's good enough for me.
It's not a bad go from Kraken as well. I think the mid-game started to get away from them a little bit, and once Optic Gaming were comfortable, they just kept on a rolling. And yeah, as I said, I don't think that Optic is the target here for Kraken. I think they'll really be looking at the other two teams, but there is still 3 more maps. I have seen Stranger Things, great series, but I don't know whether
This
they're going to have
series or
what
the
it
Netflix
takes.
series?
Both, to be
Yeah.
honest. We do see Bound going with 15 kills. Yeah, the great game, Renegade, Legend. Formal didn't really need to do anything. But overall, a solid game from Optic Gaming. That's going to be 2-0 for them. We'll be back for map 3.
Welcome back, folks. Game 3 now underway. Optic Gaming against Kraken. If you're just joining us, it has gone the way you would expect. Pretty dominant for Greenwall, and less so for Kraken. You always feel for the open bracket teams they go up against the best teams in the game. Any mistakes that they do make, they are punished to the full extent of the law, you might say. 3 dead now for Kraken, and already half the progress Optic Gaming need to secure the first point here. Camouflage is up. Foremost going to tiptoe over there and get it completely uncontested. Oh, uh-oh. Only for a couple of shots that do eventually land from tower, but not enough to really cause any threat. Foremost. Rooney will eventually take it down. So here it goes the way of Kraken.
1-0.
And Optic Gaming have scored.
I was looking at the other series layouts, and I actually think this is the best series layout that Kraken could have got out of the way against Optic as well. The other series layouts against the 8th and 9th seed, Envy and Unreal Nightmare, better game modes, I feel. Give them a real chance of at least surviving this pool. I could see Kraken making it into elimination bracket. I can see them upsetting one of Unreal Nightmare or Envy. As I said, it's not going to be easy, but I don't think it's impossible. And I think had they faced one of them early on here, maybe it could be a bit frustrating, and then like Optic later, and you just get smashed around. But no, I'm excited to see how they do against those other two teams. Killing spree for Suspector though. You know what? If it was to like reverse sweep this, I'd eat my words. I'd eat my hat.
I have to say, well, let's finish one of the things that you would eat.
Honestly, put it on a plate, I'll eat it.
Right?
Yep. You name it.
It's been eaten.
It's getting eaten.
It's getting scuffed. What I will say is it's always very impressive to see the different levels in players at the top and the mid pack. Like, players on Kraken are all very talented, very good Halo players. But they come up against a team like Optic Gaming, and it's a complete blowout. And it's the little subtle things that Optic Gaming are doing that Kraken just can't match. Strategies, of course, but it's the pace, it's all of it.
And you also have to remember that with a lot of games, not just Halo, the top level compared to the open level and just at the bottom of the pro level as well is literally pro salaried players who are paid to do this for a living, can afford to do this every day, whereas boys on Kraken, fairly certain, have part-time jobs as well. It's the time spent, it's what you can actually do, it's how much you can practice, how many hours you can put in. And also, I mean, Optic Gaming is literally a team built of super players. The cream of the crop, the best around. Those who have already proved that they can do it on the world stage. So it's not like you're just coming in against some team who happens to be in first seed. No, you're playing against a team that's built to be first seed. And Kraken would have known that coming into it, and
I know they will know. We mean no disrespect when we are assuming that Optic Gaming are going to comfortably win this, and that their targets will certainly be set on the other two teams in their group instead.
Isn't it crazy to think the last time that Legends lost a tournament was HCS last year? They have won every tournament since then.
They've won 5 in a row, right?
Yes, they're on for the 6th, I believe.
That is, I mean, that is insane. When you look at the history of Halo, there are very few, if any, that have done 6 in a row. I think there are a few names that have been able to be up there if you look all the way back, depending on how far in Halos you go.
Evil Genius is probably...
But in recent history,
yeah,
I've not seen anything quite like it. And of course, usually it's a whole team that does it, rather than just a couple of players who then move from one squad to another. But again, that's another reason why Legend and Renegade find themselves on this Optic roster that was designed for it. And I am excited to see what happens for the rest of this tournament. Will a Shopify Rebellion matchup happen again in the grand finals? One thing that we know is, based on what happened yesterday, we're not going to get a shot winners bracket round 1. So Optic Gaming are not going to have to face up against a Shopify Rebellion winners bracket round 1. Instead, they are more likely to play, what, 7th seed? Which, bear with me.
In the meantime, Super CC is fighting for his life right now. The hill. They've managed to quell the Optic Gaming pressure for now. It will be back. I'm back with a vengeance. Bound and Formal do fall.
7th seed and Nemesis, perhaps? I tell you what, it doesn't look great.
It doesn't get better.
It actually
It doesn't get
much
better. No,
yeah, I think it's Nemesis or Cloud9, so yeah. I mean, if it's a Nemesis, I mean, we have seen members from Nemesis take down Optic Gaming prior, but anyway, that's a discussion for later when we do get into the winners bracket. For now, it's seeing whether Kraken can stop Optic Gaming from 4-0ing here. 3 are currently dead. Encore will stay alive, but sadly falls to a sticky grenade, and that 4th hill is starting to be scored.
I do want to say, I do appreciate Envore's bandit skin. Quite nice, actually. Very clean. I do approve.
Quite nice, actually.
Quite nice, actually. He only does fall off the map because of Bound putting bullets in him. That will be enough. It's about whether or not Kraken can break this. No shield. Renegade will finish that kill.
We are very close to game, set, and match here. Which, interestingly, I was thinking about it. Because of the seeding system we have, very similar to tennis, really.
The tennis.
Tennis also follows a very similar seeding system. Yeah, that's why you get very similar results across the board in tournaments, unless you have the upsets. Because first place 16th, second place 15th, yada yada. Not all sports follow that seeding system, but tennis does.
Yeah, I'm not well versed in the world of tennis.
We can have a word backstage. I can teach you a little bit.
I don't know what I want to. There's a reason why I've done this pattern for so long. I've avoided tennis, but Kraken could not avoid defeat in this series. A clean sweep to the green wall. 4-0 the final score in that King of the Hill live fire game, and pretty dominant, pretty easy for Optic in the end, but like we've been saying, that's not the game that Kraken will be judged on.
Did hear a lot of little golf claps
Little applause.
outside because the green wall did shift their seats over to watch the B stream just to check in on the boys and make sure that nothing went wrong. And nothing did go wrong. It was a very comfortable series for Optic Gaming, as expected. I don't think Kraken will be too disheartened. They have to focus on other teams instead. And we'll have to see whether they can come in and take down either 8th or 9th seed. And that will be coming up after this, once they've had a little break, once the other teams get set up. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back for more B stream in a bit.
team score. Enemy team score. Enemy team score.
for Tenacity just won that round of ball ball. What? Whack as fuck? Looks like he's literally a bite. It's normally the only thing for they do like a fucking standard burger, I think. Uh, 30 seconds. It'll change on Tuesday though, 45 was buffered in. I've watched too many YouTube videos about American chocolate being dog. It's terrible. it to be. Instead of just sitting here with this fucking screen on. Right now. It's map 1. Yeah. 13-9 on Mirage. Train. Yeah. Pretty sure they're godlike on train. Waiting on Woodham. Go ahead. Thank you. I am not on a break, by the way. Y'all are ahead of me, so if you want, I still have a series to do. Yeah, I'm a series behind. Is there a break in matches right now? Until I think everybody has to finish their pool, and then they got to do the bracket.
Oh, I've only done 2 series.
Oh, then yeah.
No, just because you're on a break screen.
Okay. What do you want to do?
Open this app, it's like Black Magic device something. Yeah, that thing. Nobody changes for you. Yeah, I don't think it's on your part. Go press that.
What is it?
Select that.
Just double check, right here. This is all you wanted me to do, right?
Override. Yes. Yep. That's because this is. No, because it overrides whatever you send to OBS overrides whatever that's sending.
So you wanted the SMTP to beat A, that's it, right?
Correct.
All right, got it.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the B stream, everyone. If you're feeling cheeky, let me tell you, this is the place you want to be, because I certainly am feeling cheeky. Andy, how you feeling?
I'm pretty good. I figured we'll just kind of update on snacks. I just had a pretty good snack. It was oats overnight. Shout out to them being in the venue and delivering me a nice maple brown sugar snack to get me through the hard work and casting. What you got?
I got a chocolate peanut butter that's ready to go.
Nice. Very good.
As soon as this series is done. Speaking of the series, Envy versus Kraken is on our screens right now. You can see Envy on the right-hand side of your screen, and as we jump into a little bit of a recharge King of the Hill. Kraken, some very familiar names that you will see on the top left-hand side of your screens, notably Suspector, Envoy, Super CC. Looney, all of these players who have fought their way through the open bracket once again to be into pools, and I'll tell you what, not just fighting through the open bracket, fighting their way towards leveling up the progress on this first hill as well. Almost a tied hill on the Bats Hill.
A lot of big names here in this lobby, you know. You think about the seed that Kraken has, but you look at the actual players on the roster, of course. Suspector, Envoy, CC of Age, I think Looney, of course, the least mainstay experience, but still a lot of talent in this game, and I think Envy knows, and you can even tell based off of the first hill mark that it's not going to be a walk-in-the-park series. There's some serious Halo to be played here.
At the moment, both teams are just looking for some kills. It's going to be one dead on either side. Now it becomes heavily in the favor of Kraken, and I tell you what, with 3 dead and Precision is last alive in Turbine, Envoy goes, I'm going to the hill, boys. Keep me alive. We might be one up in this game. You can see that Precision did manage to sneak through to pipes, though, and I think he might get a surprise on the bat ledge, but Yaxin gives him a more straightforward reality check in a 5-shot.
Yeah, nice angle from Yaxin. It would have been very easy to get pinched from bottom control, but he just moves so quickly that he avoids that angle. Really nicely done.
So MB are inside of this hill, but they're 2 dead at the moment. Made that 3 dead. Everyone else coming off respawn. Last player alive was in pipes once again. Yaxin's just off the respawn, trying to challenge, trying to be a distraction. He's now last alive. He's last alive. No one's going to challenge from Envy. Descended away, all the way towards blue. Wasn't in a position to challenge that one. And yeah, Kraken got by 1.
Yeah, Descendant realized he needs to force this next hill and the spawns. He's actually going to force tower spawns, maybe even an A spawn. They do get a little bit of a split there. They probably would have loved the tower spawns instead of that A spawn. So in the end, it's not really going to pay off the rotation just yet. However, it is 2 dead for Kraken.
Numbers will be evened up though, as you can see. Super CC comes through to get that kill. Precision stood inside of that hill. Very sneaky position there. You can see just making sure that he wasn't in the line of sight of the player playing that triple corner. Camo pops up as well. Descendant should be able to grab this one. Takes a little bit of damage, but he will survive because Kraken are 4 dead, and Envy will be almost 2/3 of the way. Oh my god, wait, hold up. See black spawns?
Not over yet.
That is a spawn that should not have been left open for Envy.
Precision taking some extra damage. Yak does very well to hit that double team. See exactly what Precision could do here, and it's going to be a forced 2v2 at the moment. An important 1v1 happening at the back of blue tunnel. A lot of progress here for Envy, and we'll see if they can tie it up and finish the job.
Yeah, a little bit of a misstep there from Envy. Like we said, it was a 4 dead situation. They get camo, but they leave the long haul spawns open. The closest ones to that hill position, and Kraken were able to flood and make this a little bit more mixy than it really should have been, but it looks like Envy have got an element of control back now, but they're going to have to find Envoy here. They're going to have to flush him out from the back of blue if they want to really have a comfortable hold on this hill. Doubling up on the hill they will be, but Envoy's still alive, finds one. Descendant will trade out the kills, but they need to locate Envoy's position because he's causing so many problems at the moment, and Envy are 3 dead once more. However, they do secure that hill at the last second, and it will be tied up at 1-1.
Let's see what Suspector can do. Knows he needs to anchor here, and you can tell he's not really desperate or anxious to get out of this position. He wants to block spawns and hold down sight lines as best he can. He also forces some spawns right here at top elevator, which is where you want to be for the Turbine Hill, and he will now be in about a 1v2 momentarily, depending on the pipes push.
Wait to see if anyone jumps up onto the triangle there to see if we can hit a nice, easy remote detonation. But Precision and Descendant will combine to take 3 players down respectively. Kraken now with Suspector is last alive. He'll be taken down as well. Precision gets that trade, and Turbine will be fully now controlled by Envy. Camo coming up in 10 seconds, which will force some movement for the setup, but Kraken very much on the back foot.
Good patience from Envy to leave Suspector there the entire time that they did, and then to eventually collapse on him once he's the last alive. I think really good patience. A lot of players would try to force through pipes. They'd try to get the Turbine faster. They'd try to force the battle earlier. Instead, it's back-to-back 3 deads, maybe a 4 dead in just a second. Oh my, the perfect, and he gets away with the camo. A fantastic piece of play from Descendant.
A Descendant just showing off why the sprint strength is so devastating. It's so difficult to predict the direction of which a player is going to move. You get that little acceleration on your sprint as well. And if you can whip back that reticle onto your opponent and hit the shots between, that's how difficult it is to go up against. Fantastic movement and individual skill in that position from Descendant to win that fight. However, teammates haven't won them elsewhere. And we were 3 dead momentarily, and Kraken have managed to break here, and they have a shock in their hands as well.
Descendant wins another battle though back A, and he has help coming. If he could stay alive here, it'd be massive, and at least would buy a little bit of time for his squad. Finally, he's taken down, but it leaves things a bit dicey.
Jackson now flooding in. He's getting a little bit desperate. Suspected will come through, even though Jackson won that fight. Precision finds himself as last alive. That's fully dead for Envy.
Whoa.
Spawning all the way at blue plat. Descendant trying to get out to the long haul here, but a shock rifle is going to be collected here by Suspector. Only one shot left to play with, but one headshot here, and that could completely change where this all goes.
Oof. Last shot does not connect, but still, look at these last few seconds. Down to the wire. The push needs to happen now. Here he goes.
Descendant's going to fly forward. Has to try and challenge this. Descendant doesn't get the kill, but the damage is good. Another player Precision.
Wow.
Cannot get there in time, and it will be now 4 dead for Envy and 2-1 to Kraken. We've got a game on our hands.
Super CC, the only player alive, but long haul and C-plat spawns for Piggy is going to buy them just a little bit. But 2-1 in favor of Kraken. And like we said, let's not count any opponents out, even though seed-wise and statistically you'd think this should be a clean Envy series. Game 1 is showing that Kraken is here to play.
He's starting to get hyped up. I think he's trying to bring a little bit of energy to Envy. We can hear that. We're sat right next to essentially the B station at the moment. Camo coming up as well. Should be able to collect this one. And we'll return to the safety of the stacks as his teammate Descendant will be inside of that hill. 2 dead again for Kraken. They're starting to get a little bit split here. Descendant's going to push out the long ball, get information on where those players are. Can't quite finish off Suspect. Suspect actually with a massive win in that position once again.
Take a look here at Piggy, just slow playing this. Knows he wants to deal damage, but also stay alive long enough for teammates to wrap the corner, and it's good damage from Piggy.
He's life so well here, but the rest of Envy needs to make some plays based off this damage. Needs to get close to him. Camo's going to disappear as well. And you can see with 55 seconds left on this game clock, Envy probably, you can tell from Piggy's POV right here, he knows they can't make a mistake.
Yeah.
He cannot die in this situation. Envy need to get close.
This is him playing territory, just realizing, I need to lock down this area of the map so my teammates can come help and be on this side of the map, but he is actually forced out.
He's going to play for these kills. Should be able to get a double, does get a double, but he's 2 dead elsewhere.
Uh-oh.
Swing and a miss inside of that shroud. And with 30 seconds left, Envy on the respawn are going to have to make this happen right here, right now.
They need the trade. That's a big trade to keep Descendant on the death screen. That keeps 2 dead. Piggy's now up, though. So is Precision. Look at the great work here.
It's a 3-man stack inside of the tower here
Wow.
from Kraken. Jackson steps inside of the hill for a second. He needs to continue to do so. Where's the rest of Envy? Are they able to get close enough to Jackson?
Should be a 2-man push minimum coming around the corner any second. They're getting a lot of time here.
Super CC with some really good shots. Descendant jumps in with no shields. Gets a beat down.
my
Wait,
God.
it's happening. Wait.
Ow.
Hold on just
Ow.
a second. Envy might have just found a way to tie this game up here. Super CC,
Where's
he
the
gets
angle?
taken down as well. Piggy gets the back smack. That was 3 dead for Kraken.
They don't get it! They don't get it! They do not get in!
No, they do not get their
Oh.
in the hill. Kraken up by 1.
My word.
Wow, the upset of all upsets in our game number 1.
And from that dev screen, Piggy coming off a sneaky going to see stairs, it looked like he had the timing. It looked like they somehow had the angles. But they get the kills that were, the shots were coming in from around batteries, maybe bat ledge. We couldn't tell from the exact POV. They somehow get the kills that they needed, but they don't step in the hill. And in another universe, and one that I would argue is more logical and sane, we are now in a 2-2 game, and Envy is poised to steal away the game. But instead, Kraken takes it 2-1 in one of the most down to the wire and even unorthodox finishes in terms of total score that we've seen in a minute on a Recharge King.
Yeah, I mean, a game decided by pixels, but the pixels favor the underdog in this circumstance. We'll find out what's going to happen in the rest of this series in a few moments' time when we get back for game 2.
it still goes to the crazy crackle, unbearable for about 30 seconds and then stops on its own. But yeah. But
yeah, it did do that.
But other than that, it's fine.
It did that on both.
Imagine if
Your voices or
no, all game sound just goes.
It sounds like a power surge almost. Like it's, I don't know how to explain it.
Just imagine just an enormous. No, that's what Golden Boy tried to say. I took note of what had just happened. Standard. It wasn't like a double grenade, insta-explode. It was standard gameplay. It just kind of went nuts. But I'll try to keep an even closer eye on. If you see it, can you just? Oh, when it's happening? Yeah.
Got you.
Cool. Sounds good. Cool.
Slayer.
Welcome back, everybody, and we have a series on our hands here in Pool A. Kraken versus Envy, and Kraken taking game number 1 makes this very, very interesting. Envy with a phenomenal, career-defining performance back, of course, at Dallas, where they placed incredibly well. But now, they're looking down the barrel of potentially the biggest upset of the tournament.
I agree, Mark. This is exciting, and this is cool. 2 dead here for Kraken. 3-2 off the rip for Envy, and we'll see if they can kind of right the ship. You get the feeling whenever a lower seed steals a game number 1, what we've seen so far, because we've actually seen sane brackets and sane pools at this tournament, is that the higher seed kind of wakes up, right? They get right back in the series. We have not, just as a note, we have not seen many upsets at all across pool play. So, speaking of, be careful!
He had no idea where he was. Sun does not get a trade in that situation. Suspect of finding
goes
new
right back
corners
to his hiding place.
to surprise his enemies, his foes.
Cheeky little corner there. Honestly, underutilized, the hidey hole.
Yeah. Descendant has snipe though for Envy, so that's going to be a problem here for Kraken. I think if any player in the lobby is going to have it, if you're an Envy fan, you probably want it in the hands of Descendant. Probably Precision might have an argument about that one, but as far as playmaking ability,
oh, detonated that.
Special play out with more chimney on chimney action, everybody.
Really good damage there from Precision to get both players that weak. They take down the player who stays top mid, and he's able to force the other player pillars. So a little minor lead here. Here they come with the repulse push. Tough angles though, man. It's 3v1. Good return to center, but and he buys the time. What?
How is Precision alive that long? That's the real question. He is now last alive for Envy though. So all in all,
man,
it works out in the way of Kraken. But you just felt that was going to be one of those situations where somehow Envy end up getting a 2-3 kill advantage.
Really did. And somehow they stay alive as long as they did, but as you say, it's going to stay here tied up 11-11. The pressure is now going to come from probably in-house, back A, and also pillars, and indeed the angles that are about to approach. But just like that, after another exchange, tied at 13.
Precision's done an amazing job, by the way. I love the idea from Kraken. They tried to flood the 2 spawners as a 3. Come out of that without trading, but Precision somehow had an angle just on the pillars bottom middle that took advantage of the damage and let the rest of Envy get back onto the map. That's why you're seeing what could have potentially been a very big kill swing in this game go the way of Kraken in a slightly smaller way. It's only 1 or 2 kills, and now it's actually 0. Takes to the skies, and Envy turned that one around, and that's all thanks to Precision, actually, that situation. If he doesn't get that double kill, if he isn't in a position to help his teammates, then Envy could have been cycled for a few minutes.
Minor lead just by a kill for Envy, and might even extend it to 2 here. Very good shots from Yasin. Gets good damage on the rat tunnel as well. We'll see if the team can convert. Looks like maybe they do not have the angle just yet, so it will stay a 1-kill game.
Suspects are currently 6-3. Statistically, always been very impressive in these Slayer games throughout his career. He actually will find one though for Envy as the lead Turns blue for just a second, but that's going to be traded out.
Wow, nice shots.
Tied up at 21-21 momentarily. The action last alive here. Kraken still with 2 alive themselves. Super CC evading the jump first time.
Oh,
Finds it the second time after that grenade.
And a few shots left in the snipe. He wants to stay alive if he can with 4 shots left. That's quite a big opportunity here with the game still tied, knotted up at 22. These 4 shots could blow the game wide open. We'll see what Super CC can do.
Trades again, 24-24 now. As the game comes to a standstill. Super CC has plenty of ammo. What? Here. Body shot, shoulder shot, not a headshot. Send it to challenge alongside Ricky top middle. There's that flank though. Yaxin with the jump up, catches him completely unguarded. Yaxin actually turns it into a double kill. Now with that repulse, we'll go back up to the tower. Should have some good angles to try and collapse these final plays for Kraken.
Really nicely done. What should have been an opener.
Up to the tower. Should have some good angles to try and collapse these final plays for Kraken.
Really nicely done. What should have been an opener for Kraken. Instead, on the rotate here, is now going to be an opening for Envy. Really nice repulse yet again on Key. Onboard just brute forces his way through that engagement, and they have the help. This is dangerous 2v1, and you hate to see it. Really well executed. 3 dead for Envy, and just like that is now a 1-kill game yet again in a moment where you felt like Envy was going to start to pull away. Kraken is wise to it. They keep the game within 1.
Yeah, it's really, really smart from Kraken. When we saw that Yaxin double kill, the last 2 players actually ran away from tower towards bottom middle wrap round. Who were those 2 players? Onboard and Spectre. They win their individual fights, they stay alive, and then they keep trading the kills out to keep Kraken closer in that game than we would have expected. 31-29 the score, a 2-kill advantage here for Envy. As Kraken just take their time to try and set up for this next camera that's coming up.
3 players on 9 kills on Envy, and you also have Piggy tied for most assists. It shows you the really even distribution across that Envy team right now, and it's a minor lead that has gotten now to 4. For the first time in the match, they will lead by an entire team wipe. Camo will be neutralized, but not before the double kill. The 4-kill lead will remain here at 35-31.
6.5 minutes left in this game, so plenty of time for both teams. The current rate of kills.
Should be a push here from Big Door.
Another trade here, keeping this one close. But Kraken need to find a little bit of momentum here. They need to stop trading these kills out, and a perfect precision isn't going to be traded. To send him stays alive long enough to be a little bit of a problem. Oh, precision comes back. That's going to be his second. Precision having a game here, by the way. 13 and 8 at the moment. Might be changing that to an even more impressive scoreline in the next few seconds. Going to add an assist to the tally this time around.
I mean, he is the difference. Take a look at the scoreline and then take a look at Precision's stat line. He is the difference maker in this game. Still a lot of Halo to play yet, but now with a 7-kill lead, looking like they are ready to do the job and finish this game number 2. They're only 8 away from closing it out, and Precision now with a snipe in hand.
Especially when you find a snipe, it certainly makes things a little bit more comfortable. See, he's looking confident. He finds one. There's another player just behind him. Wasn't aware of that player's position. Piggy's there to trade the kill out, though. That'll be a double kill for him. Onboard trying to fly forward, trying to collapse the more damage that was done to keep this game close. But the longer this player stays alive from Envy, the more likely it is that we'll get closer and closer to this game concluding 45-37.
Not over yet. However, with a scoreline like this, very dangerous. Envy, certainly with the game in their hands. Kraken would need to have back-to-back wipes without any kills exchanged to be able to close it out here.
Couple kills go the way of Kraken, though. It's going to be 2 dead on the side of Envy. Piggy with a big kill, though. Probably shouldn't have got that one, and that could have been a very, very interesting situation for Envy to have to navigate in the endgame with a late-game 3-dead situation. But instead, Envy keep this advantage. Precision's only interested in the trade in this situation. Does even better than that. So put Envy now within 3.
They played this perfectly. Once you have that 43rd kill comes in, though, they need to be careful here. Job's not done just yet, but 45-47, Kraken is doing it. Trailing by 8 and now only down by 2. They have done the impossible. They have brought the game back.
Oh, Envy. We saw what happened in game number 1. Descendant's going to be playing a corner. That's going to be another kill going to Envy, though. That's going to be the 49th. It's 1 to go. They look like they're just about going to be able to hold on in this game, too. And Envy, in every sense of the phrase, hold on in game number 2 to tie the series up at 1-1. But boy, that could have gone anyway at the end there.
No, I was sure you were gonna.
Yeah, going into the next one, they're gonna try to take you guys on me.
Cool. So yeah, just give us a signal and we'll welcome everyone on.
Will do. Yeah. They were trying to do it then, but then it took too long. By that time, the game
So,
was
no, I knew you were gonna. That's what I call it. I knew you were gonna skip it.
very sad chicken.
What? What the fuck? That's factory chicken, bro. The quinoa looks better. That's made
Fresh chicken.
That's made in the lab, bro.
Chicken from a mold.
That's why we went over on oats.
Oh my god, it's Reese.
Whilst I understand Dan opens with. Whilst I understand why they do this.
You guys are gonna be live on main as you go in.
Okay, cool.
Here, you guys are live on main as well.
Gotcha.
So it'll be a whole. Be good now. Who won that?
Envy.
2-1. So it's 1-1. Yeah. 10. 9. Nice switch.
Dopamine flowing.
He does this shit for a living, bro.
Not even a reaction. Just absolutely locked.
What's insane is like he's seen shit way before it happens.
Dude, I think we should.
Actually, that'd be a mad funny skit. It's like we're like, oh, so why are ops so good? It's like, oh, well, the ops actually they know what's gonna happen, and like you show the most complicated, like someone tossing a camo, a snipe falling out, and they're like, well, he knew this was gonna happen, so you can see he's already up. It's like that's why he's not allowed to coach.
You can have him talking through the action like as it's happening. He's like, I can see the snipe's probably gonna go off the map here, so I'm just gonna.
I'm just gonna stay on him.
That'd be mad. Yo, that'd be mad funny.
Just as I thought. I know we're going live on 8 here, but I'm gonna say maybe also back.
No, I think we keep the same vibe.
Yeah, my voice is like even after that series there. No worries, honestly.
Yeah, you work at Halo Studios now, right? Yeah, job, right? You work at Halo Studios now? No? No, short-lived?
Short-lived.
Because, yeah, last time, I forget who told me, so some girl works at Halo Studios. What the fuck?
Was working on some stuff. Check to house.
Welcome back, everybody. Kraken versus Envy. On your screens right now, wherever you may be watching, we welcome you back to Salt Lake City, back to the HCS Major, and back to a very, very interesting series, which is Knight now tied up at 1-1. Game number 1, if you just joined us, did go the way of Kraken, the underdog who came through the open bracket. Envy squeezed out a game 2 victory, but it felt like Kraken might steal that one away. Andy Dadinsky, aka Bravo, alongside myself. On set to talk through this game number 3, and we've got a bit of streets on ball to bring.
Also want to welcome everyone in from the mainstream here, as you're being able to tune into this from, as we said, many different streams and many different places within the venue. Want to welcome you to catch this matchup. It's already been a fantastic one, and one that has quite a lot of potential, and you can tell based on the 1-1 scoreline right here.
Good damage from Oddball on the Spawners trying to push down that pink street. Now returns to the Oddball. Pink will walk on middle, end up with the trade himself. 3v3 on the map as the scrap around that Oddball continues. CC gets a little bit caught out of position there and will go down, as will 3 members of Kraken. So Envy get the break, and Envy now grab that Oddball.
First 9 points on the board for them, and Suspector just slow playing this. Not the first time we've seen him slow play, by the way. Very methodical player who's known to hide in the nooks and the crannies. He's found one here in PD and going to slow play this while he decides when he's going to fly out. Here he goes. Here's the move.
I mentioned it was 3 dead, but did not clock where the last player alive was, and that is Suspector now by staying alive in PD. Snuck through, gets a kill, stops that Oddball being held, and 3 other members fall as well. It's a 1v1 at the moment. PD is going to be the position for Precision. PD is going to be the position for his opponent. And Ludio come out on top of that one.
Wins that one. As we said, it was a 1v1 in the back of the PD. Of course, opponents and teammates will be flying in and flooding in off of the spawn, but it's a big 1v1 that will allow them to continue controlling the back of A and also get a little bit more ball time on the board. They will take the lead.
On board with the perfect feed as well. Now the camo coming up, that's going to be shrouded immediately, so Super CC will grab that one. Going to get away with it, that's the question. It looks like he's just about going to be able to. Doesn't want to fire as last alive, though. He wants to make the most of this life.
Precision.
Precision is sneaking him. He is hunting him.
Good play from Precision.
Precision gets enough damage for them to get that trade off the back of it. So the camo now has been neutralized as we essentially have a tie game here. Just a few points lead here for Kraken, but with 3 dead. And most importantly, this time, information on last alive. That'll be a 4 dead. That'll be a triple kill here for Yaxin, and Envy will continue to score.
CC going to push Neons. We'll see if he gets up there right away. It's a really good hold, and we'll see exactly where the spawns come in. 2 back tram, which means that it's going to be a little bit of a delayed push here and a continued hold coming in for Envy.
Yeah, Envy will flip the score in their favor now. They will take the lead. Suspected though with first kill. Precision will trade it out. Envoy just can't quite find the position of Yaxin, but Suspector is there alongside him. And Descendant is last alive now. He's taken down. A nice double kill from Suspector. And another very comfortable break. It feels like both teams at the moment struggling to hold the Oddball in the setup. Both teams have been broken numerous times once they get that 3 or 4 dead.
Surgical from Suspector. I love what I saw. You felt like Envor from that POV was caught out, right? He was going flying across front of music. However, just stays alive long enough, plays the right angle that Suspector can come in with the red gun, help deal extra damage.
So you're looking for a Suspectacle. That's a double kill will be picked up once again. Envy 2 dead at the moment. Looney will find another one as well. So Envy now staggered. Piggy the last alive from the first wave at the back of tower. Oddball's going to be momentarily tapped and grabbed. Piggy does get a trade though, which is going to slow things down a little bit for Kraken as far as turning their attention to the ball, with a couple of extra kills falling their way, and Envy still 2 in the death screen. Those spawners are going to be quite some distance away, and Suspector, still with his Stalker Rifle, is going to be a hold down the arcade street. Super CC thinks about rotating away.
I love how Suspector's been playing this. It's constantly what's next, what's next. Okay, I dealt damage. Okay, this one's dead. Where's the next damage? Where is it? And he plays it so well. In the end, they still lead only by 3, but it's a really good sequence from Kraken and Suspector, as Envor will be the only player alive for just a second.
It's a 1v1 momentarily. Oddball down, and once again we find ourselves in essentially a tie game. Camo coming up as well, on board with that pick, and Suspector with the second means that Envy are 2 in the death screen while this power-up is available to pick up, and it looks like someone has managed to squeeze that one away. Descendant taken down as well. Oddball has reset now on the L, so both teams are going to have to fight for control before they think about picking that ball up.
3 dead. Looney, last player alive. We'll see what he can do as the last player alive. Going to be tram spawn for the back top C stairs. Suspector going to try to fly out, but man, this game could not be any closer. Finally, the tie is broken. It's going to be Envy slipping into the lead by just a few points, but Kraken now going to try to set up a push if they can, but it's been really good containment from Precision and Envy.
Yeah, this is going to be the first time that we're going to see a 4v4 in quite some time where one team has the chance to hold. The first kill went the way of Envy on the defensive side, holding that Oddball, but look, the trades immediately come in. Looney's got that Stalker Rifle, and he's hitting some big shots himself. So, again, the most, I would say, impressive hold of the game here from Envy, but it hasn't been significant. It's been enough to get them the lead. But Yaxin, he's going to be taken down as well, and the oddball should be collected now by Kraken.
Doing whatever he can to stay alive, but it's a typical battle. Wow, that first shot, even dealing more damage before he gets out. Nice little drop slide. I might even be burning a little bit of red gun ammo as well. Going to come right back around the corner. And Piggy has a good peek shot here, and it will be a trade in the end. Probably a favorable result in the end for Piggy in that specific scenario. Envy leads 58-37.
Yeah, the trades were good enough in that situation for Envy to keep Kraken away from that oddball. Just keeping it mixy, keeping those trades going. And with the ball resetting on the L and the little play ball that came in before it, Kraken have had to work pretty well to get that oddball back in their control. They've managed to do so for now. They've actually rotated it back to Tram. So the first time that we're seeing oddball being transitioned from the tower setups that have been pretty flaky for both teams so far towards the Tram. We'll have to see how Kraken are able to hold this time around. But Descendant dealing with Suspect, who just picked up that camo, it's looking like a very similar story.
Really is. Now my eyes, your eyes, and probably everyone's eyes is now focusing on the game clock. Only 51 seconds left with this game only at 60 points on the board for the leader. It's once again a low-scoring game between these teams, which once again just points to just how methodical, strategic the approach has been across every game type here. But it's now a little bit more of a sizable lead for Envy, as the game clock, of course, will be paused during this scoring run.
First pick is vital here for Kraken. If they get picked off first, like they do, then Envy might be in a position to close this round out. Game clock and score heavily in their favor. Oh, and through the shroud,
through the smoke,
Yaxin will put the final player into the grave. Kraken 4 dead, and Envy now straight towards a round 1 victory.
Man, we were just tied at 31. This has been an unbelievable hold from Envy in the end. We were just criticizing kind of the slower play. However, looks like they're going to end it right here, right now.
Should be able to. I don't think anyone really is close enough. On ball, the closest to the oddball, but with a Stalker rifle here in the hands of Yaxin, that's going to be the final kill of the round. It will go towards Envy. They will be 1 up now as we head in towards our second round.
Really nicely done in the end. And if you watch the first opening of that game, or you could even really argue the first, let's say, several minutes of that game, you really didn't expect to see that for Envy. It looks like they found another gear in the late game, Mark.
Yeah, the Tram setup, that was the difference, right? The tower setup, like I mentioned, a little bit flaky, very easy to break. Kraken felt comfortable in being able to steal that odd ball away. But as soon as the ball went back, ironically, towards Tram from Kraken, that was where Envy broke, and then were able to hold extremely effectively. Kraken 4 dead off the rip here, and you can see the odd ball has immediately been picked up by Envy, so they will continue this round 2 where they left off in round 1.
Camo now, Precision takes a very nice B-stairs angle, catches one off guard.
Ooh.
Does not trade out either, however. In the end, one of them will go, but it keeps things a little bit mixy.
Beatdown comes in, that'll be cleaned up. Once again, the importance of a beatdown when you've got no shields, very, very important. That was 3 dead. Last player alive is going to be Super CC. Is looking for somewhat of a play, and a spawn coming on that.
He makes the play. Oh boy, this is big.
Forgot about Yaxin, who's
Yax.
currently 19 and 11 in this game, and it might be 20 in a few seconds' time. He's going to have to settle for the assist this time around, but Suspector and Envor still putting pressure on. Envor now should be taken down, and I think they know where Suspector is inside of PD as well.
There
but
he is.
not that corner. He's the king of the corners, man.
See, I'm telling you. King of the corners indeed. Suspector likes this spot in PD, likes to play this to be annoying, to be obnoxious, and it's worked out yet again. However, they do trail at this stage 36-1.
Yeah, very strong start in this second round here from Envy. It looks like maybe just blown the cobwebs of that game 1 off a little bit. Shaky game number 2, but closed it out. And now game 3 starting to just look a little bit like the Envy that we saw back in Dallas, where the teamwork is starting to look strong. The individual fights are going their way. And if they continue like this, then Kraken might be on the receiving end of a potential 2-1 series where they are chasing the game. Camo count up in 10 seconds.
It's been interesting to watch Kraken because they've had a lot of moments of greatness. For example, keeping Lunia alive in the back of A, right, with that Neon's push, and they've found ways to really get under the skin of Envy on certain rotations, but it has not translated to the scoreboard. They trail still 59-1.
Yeah, the camo's starting to stack up as well. They're really struggling to get control of this power up. And you can see Precision picked up 1 kill, contributes to a second thanks to that camo, and it's kills that are far up the map as well. They're keeping them far away from that oddball, keeping them staggered on their spawn. And with the oddball down and a significant lead, it looks like Envy now just playing smart, not trying to overextend for extra time, just making sure that first kill is always going to go their way. Descendant finds a double, and now Piggy turns his attention to that oddball.
Sneaky corners. By the way, we got to talk about Yakety Yak, who's about to find another player off guard, and presumably some good shots here on Super CC. Even with the help coming in, he
Fight
does
2 players on his own.
a lot of damage. He's 23 and 14, by the way, in this game. And you have to say, based on the scoreboard, he has been a huge part of this oddball game, without a doubt.
So shout out to Piggy in this game. He's 14 and 13, but has 95 points of the total ball time that's been picked up by Envy.
Yeah.
So he really is doing everything you could ask of a player. If you're holding that odd ball for that long and you're still positive, you're doing everything right.
I mean, absolutely. And also Precision as well. It feels like we're just going down the list, but for good reason. Precision's 14 and 17 with 16 assists, double that of anyone else on the team.
Next closest in the game is Super CC with 12, and he's eclipsing everyone else on his team, so that's how much damage is being put down by Precision. Super CC, though, now just trying to control Tram in that pink street. A Suspector has the ball in his hands. The first time we've seen Kraken now with a setup. But again, that Stalker rifle just outputs so much damage so quickly. The rest of Envy can start to swarm. 2 dead here for Kraken. Make that 3 dead. It's a double kill once again. This should be a triple kill. Suspector goes down. Yaxin getting loud. That's a trip for him. And a couple of extra love taps with that skull.
A little bit of celebratory melees. We don't mind it. And he's earned it with that flank. Really good composure and also just even team composition on that push. You felt like even when a player thought they can get away with some extra shots on balcony, they were already getting flanked on back. Tram, Envy with 80 points on the board.
Piggy with another kill in the feed. Again, Kraken just struggling on this push. It seems like as soon as Envy have got this ball back to Tram, it's been a much more comfortable game for them, much more comfortable setup. But Suspector finally gets a camo into the hands of Kraken here, and they have that odd ball and they have managed to break. So Suspector with responsibility on his shoulders here. He's trying to stay close to this odd ball, but I'd like to see him try and take a little bit of space ahead of it. Kraken a little bit pinned at the moment, but enough damage been done for them to pick up 2 kills.
Good trigger discipline there from Suspector. The first few shots, not exactly where he wanted them, but make sure to use the camo, or the last bit of the camo, I should say, to its fullest potential. All 8 players up. They need to watch out for this tires push on pillars. This could break it right here. And it's broken.
Precision gets away with not trading that situation as well. And now Precision's got some help from Descendant. That's 2 dead for Kraken. And like you say, it feels like the cards are falling. Super CC finds 1.
He evades.
And he evades the damage to stay alive a little bit longer than expected. But last player alive is going to be inside a Tram off the first wave of this spawn. And like you say, a beautiful pair of hands here from Precision to grab that odd ball, bring it back into his teammates, and Envy are closing in on a second round here.
And plays it very nicely done. Just needed to just put that ball off the balcony and is able to do so. However, the ball is scooped right away, and it's going to now be a B-Stairs rotation. On4 has good positioning, but he needs to make sure he stays alive.
It feels like Envy have managed to, I was going to say solo him out, but On4 actually did some good damage, but was taken down. Suspector now down to no shields. Envy are breaking once more. 2 dead for Kraken. Our ball is going to have to be put in a position where they can defend it, but that's a beautiful grenade from Yaxin. That's going to be the 3rd kill of this wave. Looney's trying to fly down the pink streak to take advantage of damage, but Yaxin too smart for that one, and Envy now closing in on a second round here, and I don't think anyone is close enough to contest this odd ball. Descendant should get these final points, and Envy will go 2-1 up in the series with a 2-0 victory here on Streets Oddball.
Just stopped.
Game 4 of the series as we continue here between Kraken and Envy to close out Pool A. Kraken coming from, of course, the open bracket to face off against Envy in this series. It's been a close one. It's been a bit back and forth, but Envy have started to come to life a little bit in these 2 previous games, especially in that oddball, and especially here at the start of Aqua Bomb as well. It was 4 dead. They've already got that bomb arm.
I don't know if Precision needed to be jumping to check the angle there. He took a lot of damage checking the visual. I know it's important, but you could probably have another teammate check that for you. Still 3 dead. Doesn't matter in the end because the bomb goes in, and I should probably just focus on the fact that they have done the job. Envy scores very early on Kraken.
Yeah, Yaxin getting loud as well. He 5s Envor on the top of the pink tower, and at the moment, Kraken's still 2 dead, and that bomb moving in again. So it could be back-to-back if they're not careful here. Kraken, as Descendant is still set up on your car bridge. Thinking about moving that bomb in again. Last 2 players from Kraken were overextended on the pink side. If kills go the way of Envy here, Descendant could think about starting an arm.
He's going to start in D. He's getting ripped from top mid, though. That's the traditional angle that you can, if you have the timing and you're already up there, you do want to be fighting from those top mid angles to help your spawners be able to get a little bit of an angle, but he's going to continue arming.
Yeah, Precision gets a kill. I think they're trying to bait these last 2 players in. Suspector is here. He's going to try and throw that bomb out. Will be able to do so. The fuse will slowly tick down, but with 3 dead,
the toss,
and the bomb thrown back up. Super CC is the only player who can stop this one. A well-placed grenade, though, from Descendant will add up to 5 in a row for Descendant. That's going to be a killing spree and a bomb arm, and within a few minutes, already Envy up by 2.
This could be a very quick end to the series, and as you could tell by the score line of this overall series, it's been a close one with a well-fought battle, but this game could not only be an exception, but also the end.
2 more dead again for Kraken. I can't remember them being 4 alive after the first few seconds of this game. Camo going to be picked up, and it looks like we will have an issue on our stage. So we will get back into it. Of course, station referees will be giving us an update on exactly what's going on, and we will update you when we're back in a few moments' time. Welcome back once again, everybody, to a little game we got going on called Halo Infinite, and a little series we got going on called Envy versus Kraken. Now, it looks like, if I'm not mistaken, we don't have the official ruling on what this was, but before we had a restart here, it was 2-0 to Envy. We'll have to play it by ear exactly what the ruling is going to be, but by the looks of things, Andy, it looks like it could be a full restart here. We'll get confirmation on that, though.
Gonna have to get exactly like you say, word from the station officials on exactly what that scoreline will be. Want to welcome everyone, both on the Bravo stream as well as on the main feed and here at the main stage in the venue. All eyes on this series, really, because it's has been a close one so far, 2-1 as you see in favor of Envy, and they had a dominant opening to this game type, but with 3 dead, it looks like Kraken has found a little bit of momentum.
Yeah, found something at least. It was pretty difficult to watch before the restart, and it looks like at least Kraken have managed to find something or other. Certainly a few kills going their way. The early camo was burned, but it's going to be Envy who keep the pressure up. You can see they've just wrapped that ball back towards the Kraken base. Even on board with Descendant here. If he picks up a kill or two on this pink side, then there might be an opportunity for them to look for an early plant. Precision's got a 1v1 in the base for this plant. He wins the 1v1 as well. The rest of Envy will start to arrive very, very soon. But a few more kills have to be picked up here.
See how this plays out. Going to be traded out. 3 dead. Looney was the last player alive, and looks like will be taken down. Here comes the Spectre flying in the back of the base as well. This is here, Bomb Armory.
Piggy finds another one. Yaxton's got that bomb in his hands, and that is going to be an arm very, very soon.
Waiting, baiting.
Two players are wrapping through the pink door, so Descendant's got some work to do alongside Yaxton here.
Timing!
It looks like Kraken will just about manage to slide in. Do you think? And disperse that bomb from where it once was.
Feels like maybe Yaxton delayed a little bit too long in that scenario. I think they, based on our top mid angle, which of course is a much more advantageous angle to be viewing it from, it looked like they maybe had the timing to continue the arm. They will get punished, but do want to give an update as well from the station referees on exactly what we're hearing. Is it sounds like it is a full restart confirmed, so the scoring that you're seeing on your scoreboard is correct. 3 dead for Kraken as the aggression continues, but it sounds like the reason we were at 2-0 was actually the issues that were happening in game were happening actively during those arms, which is why you saw such quick arms potentially. So we are here at a full restart 0-0.
A bit of precision on our screens right now, which is always a lovely POV to be engrossed in, and that is exactly why. Switches to that battle rifle, hits the headshot onto Suspector to finish that kill that he started himself, and now with Descendant wrapping through that gen and the bomb already progressing towards the Kraken side of the base. This is looking like another opportunity. That's 3 dead. Suspector's only just come off spawn as well. He's trying to wrap through, but with a lot of support in the back of the base. Suspector will be traded out. Envy should be able to arm this one. Yes, they do indeed. That will be the first point on the board here for Envy.
Early lead once again. Probably not as fast as the original arm, as we mentioned in the initial start of this game, but it will still be a very quick one indeed. And as we know, these are coveted points on the board. You only need 3 to win the game, and in the end, Descendant will pick up another kill. It's 2 dead for Envy off the break, but as you say, 1-0, they take the lead yet again.
Ooh, you heard the call out of the one shot above him, turned the attention towards that kill Suspector, and it just allowed the 2 players to double team him quick enough that he wasn't able to get either of them. And Envy now off the back of that kill, keep progressing that bomb. And that's something I really want to highlight here, Andy, is Envy being very, very quick once they've got an opportunity to move that bomb to the Kraken side of the map.
It's really what separates, I would say, a good team from a great team on this game type is how in parallel, or I should say how much in parallel, are they moving that bomb as they're getting kills across the map. It really cannot be an afterthought. It has to actually be part of the active slaying and the movement across the map. We've seen too many times talented teams that are out slaying, but the bomb stays at the halfway mark. And you should never be asking, as your opponents are spawning, who's running bomb, right? That needs to be taken care of beforehand.
Now look at this movement from Descendant, by the way, to escape and then come back and get the kill onto Envor. Had no right to get out of that situation with 2 players hunting him down, let alone with his life. Even less so with a kill. Now he's taking this fight across map. That player is down to 0 shields, P2, and he'll be dealt with as well. So 2 dead here, and once again, that bomb is in the Kraken courtyard. And if this kill goes down, Descendant's going to immediately turn his attention towards it. Piggy's got a 1v1 inside of that base. Super CC will be taken down thanks to a combination of players. Now, there are a couple of Kraken players who have managed to wrap back into the base, but Envy is starting to swarm here.
Picks up 1, picks up 2. Very nicely done. Envor, last player alive. Descendant going to think about starting this. Nade's coming in pretty good. Has to wait and dodge. Here comes Super CC, but with a green gun around the corner, this should be quick work as well. Yeah, 3 still dead.
This is going to be another arm for Envy. This is going to be 2-0, and even after the restart, the pattern continues the same way. They're going to be up by 2 now, 1 bomb away from closing out the game and series.
As you said, it might have just been a little bit of a delay in terms of getting back to a 2-0 scoreline for Envy, and regardless of what issues might have been present, in the initial restart. 3 dead fall for Kraken yet again, and we're right back where we left off at 2-0, and with 7 minutes on the clock, a lot of time for Envy to end this one in terms of the scoreline.
Furthest up the map here is Looney. He was last alive, but everyone else is on the respawn at the moment. The bomb has been moving forward. Descendant with no shields.
Gets loud
Still
too.
hit some big shots to pick up yet another kill. He's 16 and 7 in this game. Phenomenal, phenomenal game here on Aquarius for Descendant.
Yeah, more than double positive for him, and he's been popping off in this series and in a big way. And then after you saw what Envy was able to do in Dallas, and let's not forget they were just a few kills away from doing even greater things. They're looking to do the same here and end this series, maybe even on an upcoming push.
For now, they're going to worry about their own base because the bomb is slowly progressing towards the Envy side of the map. As Kraken are looking for some kills, but Envy have wrapped all the way through top middle towards the car side to flank behind those players. Now Descendant, speaking of flanks, combines with precision, and as both players turn their attention away from the player in front of them, the back smacks come in. Another kill for Descendant as well, and that bomb is now being desperately thrown out by the remaining Kraken players. And Super CC is that player who at least creates somewhat of a semblance of separation.
Beautiful teamwork there. It's one thing to get team shot. It's another to get team shot while another player is plasma pistoling you. You start to evaporate even faster. That's what we just saw. Very nice work there with the angles into the util. However, 3 will fall for Envy. The Kraken do fight out of it. And Descendant, last player alive for the moment, but he's just honestly being very annoying.
Yeah, being very annoying unless you're a fan of Envy or a fan of Descendant, maybe even both. 19 and 8 for him now in this game, double positive.
That is so frustrating. To have 3 dead and the last player is trapped in the back of util weak, but your first entry frag instead gets taken down, and Descendant buys, I mean, you can't even say buys so much time. He buys everything back for his team off the respawn.
Yeah, map control, kills, all of the space that they require to stop that push coming in. The bomb in a neutral position around halfway up the map at the moment with 2 players falling. Pink 1 though. Descendant threads the needle through the glass. He's got the thrust as well, which should put him in position to win this fight, and it does.
It's getting loud,
does get the trade, but that double kill, like you say, enough to increase the decibel level in this room.
It's amazing. I mean, even through our headsets, we are, of course, in the back of the house commentating this match with the team here on the Bravo stream, but even through our headsets, we can hear, every time you see 3 dead, you can hear the players on Envy screaming. So we don't have crowd mics. We don't have crowd mics here, of course, on the Bravo stage, but I tell you what, if you guys could hear them, they are getting loud.
4 dead. Bomb progressing. 2 players already inside of the base as well before that bomb has even arrived. They take down Envor. Last 2 players are going to have to wrap back. They have absolutely no choice to do anything else. Looney's the last player alive, the last hope maybe to stop this bomb arm. They're not going to be able to. The bomb will be armed. Envy will win the game. Envy will win the series in a final score of 3-1.